Alrighty. All right, that's working. This chill one is just not chill enough. We're gonna do, I don't know, woodwinds? Brass? Brass could be interesting. That could get funky. Get funky. Come on, musics. Let's go. Why is Seeds of Pandora everywhere? That's fun. Okay. What else do we need to do here? Getting set up. Okay, what am I doing? I'm pissed off. That's what I'm doing. Oh, what's up, David? Hold on. Okay. I'm actually going to exceed I'm going to give myself a little more time here because I'm responding to a message. Let's see. I'm not actually going to take up another 5 minutes, but let me just get this real quick. Okay. I'm gonna plug that. All right. Okay. Whoa. Hey, everybody. All right. I'm dropping. I guess I don't even need to. I was dropping the live streams here in the Dash Discord. Hello. Ah. Just saw last night's video. Come on, man. Point 30 Dash. Whose team are you on? I don't think you understood it then. Because the idea is that so when I'm talking about hyperinflation, I tried to explain this very clearly. What I'm saying is that you don't change the value of what people have. You keep that value the same by having it trigger at a block height, and the software has to be deployed both to reject nonsensical transactions. So the master nodes would need to be updated so that they would reject transactions that are obviously wrong, or potentially they could be updated just to do the conversion, like do a signed annotation or something like that that says, okay, we recognize these transactions and we whatever. But the point is, you lock it in by block height. I don't think that solution is the best solution. Best solution is that the client does the right thing and that the master nodes reject invalid transactions. That's the way to go about it. But so everybody would keep their value, but redenominating Dash so that it's useful for cash. Because Dash I think ideally somewhere between $1 and $10 is the right base unit. Because we were talking to my daughter about money yesterday, because basically I asked her to try something. I said, I'll give you $1 if you don't like it. And then she wanted to know, well, what can you do with $1? Because before we've given her a dime or a quarter, and it's, well, there's nothing you can do with it. And with $1, it was, well, you can't really get anything with $1 either. You have to have some change, because there are men with guns that will come at you if you don't give them extra. And we call that Uncle Sam. And then she's like, who's Uncle Sam? Is that like Uncle so-and-so? And I say, no, Uncle Sam's not really an uncle. It's just somebody who steals money from you. But yeah, it's frustrating, because we were saying, well, you could go to the dollar store and you could get something. And we had to say, wait, actually, no, you'd need $2 to get something at the dollar store, because $1's not worth $1. Anyway, yeah. What's up, Jet? What's up, James? I haven't switched over yet. Sorry. Yeah, let me get switched over here. Okay, so pop top, my friends. It is time for a nice mean green Mountain Dew to make me a machine. So let's go ahead and pop this. Ah, there we go. That's the sound of freedom. So what I need to do is, it turns out that my lexicographical indexing of transaction inputs and outputs, my implementation of it happened to be right for the inputs. Although I was very, very confused, as you may have noticed in the stream last night, because I don't know which of the representations is little endian versus big endian, because that doesn't even make sense for a hash function. Because you get the result of the hash function and it's just bytes. It's not a number, right? It's just bytes. So it seems like you should store the bytes in the way that they come out of the hash function. But for whatever reason, they're reversed, and maybe there's some BIP somewhere that explains why they reverse the hash bytes, because the hash comes out in a particular order. Just write that to the network stream in the order it comes out. But whatever. Anyway, so I actually was doing it right. It does not need to be, it does not need to be reversed. It gets, but so then but it's so weird. It's so weird because I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, and I have to double check on this, but the TX ID up at the top, I think, doesn't get reversed, but the individual ones do. It's very confusing. If you don't have tax money, Sam takes your house. Most people don't have a house. I don't know if you've lived in America recently, but they're doing everything that they can to prevent people from owning property or homes. Remember, you're going to own nothing and be happy. How can you be happy if you own something? Come on, man. Don't be a dog-faced pony soldier. Can't be happy if you own stuff. Mean Green Machine. Dew's not good for you, man. Switch it out for mocha tea. They're both green. I doubt that either one is really better for me. Yeah, and that stuff does taste literally like grass. I mean, I don't know, for anybody who has, or am I thinking about a different one? But that's the one where it literally, you could mow your lawn and then smell that. You know, when it started to rot a little bit. Not when you just cut it, but after a few hours when it's starting to decay. It's got that kind of sweet but pungent smell to it. And you just, put that in water and boil it, and ugh. You had a house in America. That must have been decades ago. Can't afford a house in America now. I say that as someone who lives in a house, but not easy to get a house. Right now, we got a house at the best worst time. There was a couple week window where interest rates had just started to rise, but housing prices were still rising. So we got at the very, very tip. If we waited an extra week, the housing prices had stopped going. Like, we got it at the highest possible price that we could have paid. But before the interest rates skyrocketed. So, yeah, it was basically you showed up. It was literally, I mean, this was the way that it was. You got to see this video. Californian buys an apple. I bet this will come up. I'll bring this up for y'all. Okay. I don't know if this is the right one. Okay, this is the right guy. I don't know if this is exactly the right video, but I'll post this for you. So that's, I think the title is Real Estate Right Now. And that is actually what it was like. If you wanted a house, you didn't wait to see it. The houses would be bought before they went on the market. And houses were being bought in cash by investors. And so as a family, it became impossible to buy a house. And I don't know when it's going to be possible for a normal person to buy a house again. A normal person who can do math. Because I think there might be kind of like the 2008 crisis where they took advantage of people's ignorance, spoke fancy to them and told them lies about their payments. I think there may be some people that are able to get a house right now that can't afford it and are going to have to foreclose on it. But for the most part, I don't even think that that's the case. I think you just can't get a house right now. It's just ridiculous. And there's a surplus of houses on the market, just like in 2008. So we might be headed for a crash, even if we are, and our home loses half of its value. All things considered, I think it'll work out. But if the market crashes, I think we'd buy another house. We'd figure it out somehow. I don't know how, but if the market crashes, yeah. Anyway, so this is what I need to do. So that the output sorting is what's really ridiculous. And the reason it's really ridiculous, it could be really simple, because in essence, the input sorting is transaction ID and output index. And then the output sorting should be Satoshis and script. But the thing is, at the point that you need to do the calculations for this stuff, you shouldn't have to have constructed the script yet. So you should be able to be in the form still where either it's a memo or a pub key hash or an address. Now, if it's pub key hash, all of them need to have pub key hash. Or if it's address, then all of them need to have address. If it's mixed where some of them only have pub key hash and some of them only have address, they'll fall through and it'll throw an error. But memos must be 0. You can't be a non-zero memo. All right, for Satoshis. All right, so this is what I need to test. I created a test folder, and then I need to put in here something like lexsort.js, and then and I do need to come up with a testing framework at some point. It would be good to have one. There actually is one that I think does what I want. I need to go back and investigate it. Because it's basically just a collection of a few small functions, and you just export functions that you want to run, and then you can group them. You could be basically, you just push them onto an array. I don't know how you teach simplicity, because so many people strive for complexity. It's just egotistical nonsense. You're not smart because you can make something complicated. That is the norm. You're smart if you can figure out how to trim the fat and make it so that it works well and easily and simply in a way that's easy to understand. One of the most popular frameworks, they tried to make it after Ruby, and it does all of this global variable injection. There's all of this stuff that's not part of the language of JavaScript that it does. You're actually not writing JavaScript. Or in a sense, syntactically you're writing JavaScript, but what you're writing cannot run. It is not a JavaScript program. It is not a valid JavaScript program. A syntax checker can get it, but it relies on all of this like state stuff, like what React does, right? React is just, it's so stupid the way that they decided to have this side channel of information so that when you're running functions, it runs a ticker. I mean, there's some situations where you need that sort of thing, like an async, you need actually for an async counter, but you encapsulate that. You don't expose that out to the person. Internally, there's a counter. If you look at the internal function, you'd see the counter and you'd see, the stack pushing and popping and all that. But if you're looking on the outside, you don't see that. Whereas with React and some of these testing frameworks, they turn the insides out, and so there's a bunch of stuff that you're referencing that doesn't even exist. And then through like string interpolation, and it's so weird. But there's actually two that I want to look into that are, it's like, single file, zero dependencies, outputs in the correct JSON format, and it's just a couple of convenience functions that do what a test needs to do, which is just push things into an array, run the array in go through the array in an async await loop, and then print out the results. Maybe I should look into that. It's fine. I'll do it later. Famous last words. Okay, so what do I need? I need TXes, or I call it TX infos. So this is going to be an array. You know, so you could, instead of creating this object, you can have a little helper function that you basically push onto, and then you could give each of these a name. So rather than giving it a name in here, so what I do often is, you know, comment, and then you say, you know, whatever this one is, you know, that passes with colors, you know, whatever. But what we need is we're going to need a little bit of extra information about this. So we're going to need inputs. We're going to need outputs. We're going to need change output. And that's really not going to do much of anything. And then we need to say if this should pass or fail. So, you know, pass should be true. And then I think that's, you know, we need something like that. So I'll go ahead and put some inputs in here. And so these don't actually have to match up to anything. So we can do TXID. And for my purposes, you know, this can just be, I think I need about 5 of these things. So we could give them, we just need to make sure that the beginning and the end are kind of opposite of each other. So you say AA, or, you know, 00FF. And then we could have another one that's FF00. And then we don't even need to define, to make a sortable input, all we need is the TXID and the output index. So output index is going to be, say, 1. And then we can do the same thing. Output index needs to be 0 there. And then we can reverse this. And say, you know, this one's FF00, and this one's also FF00. Output index is 9. You know, or say output index is 9, output index is 1. And here we can do 1 and 9, or I guess we could do 9 and what? No, hold on. 0 and 9 and 0. No, 0. What? Okay, there we go. So we got a little bit of that going on, and then we can put some other one. So we could actually, let's take these up. Try to get them almost, you know, perfectly out of order. That's why I want 5. I just wanted to be plenty out of order when we're doing this. So put that one up, and then, I don't know, this one, we could make it AACC, right? And give it an output index of 5. All right, so that will help us. So we'll have the bare minimum that we need to kind of test all these conditions that we know what the inputs are. And then let's see, what else do I need to do with this? Okay, let me... 4 generations in America we had a house. No use for it anymore, though. 4 generations. No use for it. That seems... I don't understand that. No use for it. I'm looking for a new house to rent. $6K a year. At most, $6K. Wait. You're looking for a house to rent, not $6K a month. Though that'd be high. But $6K a year. You can't rent a closet for that. Let me think about it. When I was renting a closet, no, I rented a closet for, I think it was $200 a week, so it'd been $800 a month. Yeah. Yeah, I don't, was it, no, it wasn't $200 a week, was it? No, the beanbag was $200 a week because that was extra space that I was taking up. The closet, I think, was something like $300 a month, which would, yeah. So if you literally want enough space for a full-size bed, You can probably find it. Well, okay, no, that was in San Francisco, which is, you know, the highest. San Francisco and New York have the highest prices in the whole country for everything. But I don't know. You could maybe find that, but you can't find that for a family. You could find that for an individual, a single room. Well, you can't find a house. I don't think you're going to find a house for that. Well, maybe you could. Maybe you could find a rundown house with no AC. Actually, I saw some post on that about that. I thought it was a scam post, so I didn't follow it. But I mean, if you could just get the land, if the house is garbage and you just have to knock it down, if you get the land for a decent price. Oh, not in America. Not in America. Right. Okay. That makes more sense. All right. So what we need to determine, those are the inputs. And then we need to do input sorted. So if we were to sort these correctly, then we would be doing this. So first TXID sorts, and then output index sorts. So that should be our inputs sorted. I could probably make this look a little nicer by just doing an array of arrays where the array is just this and then the output index. I almost want to randomize this so that it's a kind of a fuzz test. But I don't really like the idea of randomizing it. That's really. Anyway, we'll put that one back where it was fun. Okay. And we could kind of do inputs and outputs separately because they don't really correspond. Okay, but we could say outputs. So we need lots of different outputs. The inputs we pretty much can get in one go. We don't really need a whole bunch of tests for that because it's really straightforward. I guess what we could do is we could say something like, output index can't be a big int, so we don't need to worry about that. All right, so outputs though, outputs is always going to have satoshis, and we're going to have satoshis can be, let's say 2000's a nice number. And then, okay, I heard message ding-donging. Interesting. What? This Webpack crap just drives me nuts, man. All this babblifying. I don't know. I don't understand why these frameworks don't work with JavaScript. That should be the number one thing, is that they should work with JavaScript. If you're not using TypeScript, if you're not using Babel, if you're not using Webpack, if you're literally writing the language JavaScript in the way that we've been writing it for the last 20 years, that should not be broken. If you've got new stuff with fancy bells and whistles and transpiles and all that crap, that should be the stuff that's broken by default that you have to figure out how to fix. Writing in JavaScript should not be something that you have to fix. Okay, well, I need to look at something real quick. Okay, does this have the proper global this hack? Yes, it does. Global this. Okay, so window, TX. You know. Oh, so sickening. I just don't want to be involved in this community anymore. I don't want to be around these people. They're sick in the head. They're really just sick, twisted people. They need help. Programmer celebrities are every bit as bad as regular celebrities. They may suffer less with drug issues and social anxiety, but they're just ugh. I hope one day I can be a code celebrity for good. Probably not, though. My ways will never catch on. Telling people that you don't need to be a flipping genius to write code. You can just follow a set of rules instead. It's not going to go over well. All right, so this is bad. So I do need to have a test that fails. So this should be a failing test. So I'll need to have that as well. So we would have this. So comment should fail. Pass false. Outputs. What did I do? Alright, so that can't be right. So we should be able to mix and match memos. So And then we should be able to mix and match outputs. See? So this is the, you know, if you wanted to do all that, it describes this, that kind of syntax, not that that is necessarily bad. The way that it's implemented in all of the mainstream testing frameworks that get a bunch of hype is bad. Because you need to have, basically, you need to have your package, your package could be T for test, right? That's fine. You can have a package T for test, but it needs to be T.it or T. Not this global stuff. The file should be able to run. The test file in of itself should be able to run. You know, it's either code or it's data. You don't write a markup language as JavaScript. That's a no-no. Don't do it. Please, for my sanity, please, for the love of all that is holy and sacred in this world, don't do it. Oh, and these... Okay, do I need to judge sortable? Okay, I just need sortable. I do need another test that actually tests some of the transaction logic. But this is not that. So this one... yeah. I just hate this stuff so much. I hate it so much. We need a new language, again, that just isn't called JavaScript, but that is actually JavaScript. We need a new name for JavaScript that isn't JavaScript, so we could sell it to people as if it's the hot new thing that you have to be a flipping genius to understand. And if you can get it, you're the coolest person on the block. You know? But then it'll just be the dumbest form of JavaScript possible. Like JavaScript for idiots. But then to market it as though it's JavaScript for geniuses. Rather than producing JavaScript for geniuses and marketing as though... well, I guess they market it as JavaScript for geniuses, but... Yeah. Make it something that people can feel like geniuses because they actually understand it. Rather than something where it's like, I'm just doing my job, I don't know what it does. I can't understand it, nobody can understand it. I can't understand it. I mean, I can if I spend it. Sorry. Just so much pent-up anger, I don't know how to release it. I don't know if a punching bag would help. I'm just so angry about these people. I just hate them. I hate them. They're oppressive. That's it. It's like, how do you get away from these overlord people? And I think the answer is we have to get rid of SaaS. And how the heck do you do that? You have to create a more competitive business model. How do you do that when you've got government in bed with investors and in bed with big tech? If businesses had to be profitable, we wouldn't have these things. Okay, so this one was just going to be legacy tx.js. So I'm just going to throw that in there for now, so that I've got it out of the way. Okay. So we're just going to throw some outputs, and then we're going to have, well, we can put some addresses in here. So the thing is, we can either do addresses or pub key hash, but we can't do both. But we can do something like pub key hash, you know, let's say is FF. Well, I guess I wouldn't want to do it that way. All right, so in theory, the addresses and the pub key hashes should be pretty darn close to one another. Not darn close to, they should follow the same sorting. But we're going to have some of these that have address and some of these that don't have address. So if we had BB, we only have pub key hash. So this can work. So what if we did A0, A0, B0, We could have another one that's, I'll just throw one in here. It's like Satoshis are 1,000, but this is F0 or something. So this would go first, this would go second, this would go third, and this would go fourth. Oh, I am definitely not a code celebrity. If I were a code celebrity, the world would be a different place. But hey, Amanda, welcome to the live stream. All of your hopes and dreams are about to be shattered as you watch code happen in real life and realize just how terrible it is, how anxiety-inducing it is. Okay, so this one could be here. This one will come here. And actually, I want to throw a few more in here as well. So I'm going to put down here at the bottom, I'm going to put some I think there needs to be a way to handle... Ah, there was a thing I was going to do, but maybe I won't do it right now. Okay, because one of the things I was going to do in here, I was thinking about this the other day. Where was I at? I was in the legacy create function. Okay, here we are, legacy create function. Which this is another thing that we can do. We have this version number, so we could, we could require everything to be updated to a certain version by a certain block height, yada yada. We could reject transactions. We can bump the version number and reject transactions that don't follow the constraints of that version number. I think that's really important. Is that the version number needs to imply constraints. Version 3 isn't. All of the things that version 2 was, including all of its mistakes, plus new mistakes from version 3 and some new features. Version 3 needs to be, you cut the fat on version 2. The things that were wrong with version 2 and version 1, you don't allow in version 3. And if someone has those mistakes, then you reject the transaction. That's one of the beauties of a version number, is that you can control that the clients are actually correct. Because you have to say, oh, well, if you're an old client and we're running in compatibility mode and you're allowed to use version 1 until block height X, and you're allowed to use version 2 until block height Y, and you're allowed to use version 3 until block height Z, then you just accept those bad transactions for that grace period. But then if something is marked version 3 or version 4, reject bad transactions. Don't allow bad transactions for the grace period. Allow correctly versioned bad transactions for the grace period. Okay, so what I was going to do on this one, it was where there was the script sort outputs. Okay. So it's basically this. If a.memo, so let script type equals, and then it would be, I think this is 6a. 6a. Well, let's see. Where's 6a? Okay. Okay. 2. Oh, we would need to do this script type A, script type B. And then we just need to do all this stuff, but with instead of A, we need it with B. We can do if script type A is less than script type B, return -1. And if script type A is greater than script type B, return 1. So this just differentiates between the script types. Okay. Cyclomatic complexity is too high. Well, we're going to have to max complexity. I don't know what the number is at. Okay. So 25, just doing a little binary search here. Okay, so it's complaining because there's too much complexity in this function, but a lot of times in parser and packer function type things, you end up with this sort of complexity. Now, this is a sort function. Yes, there's a lot of if statements here. I think the complexity is judged by how many branches, how many possible branches there are. But in this case, it makes sense. Because it does. So first we're trying to say, okay, look, if we can tell that these things are of different types, because it's possible that we could have a custom script type. So if we can tell these things are of custom types, then swappy doodle them. I mean, so if it's a standard type, I mean, I think this actually makes sense. We should actually have this one. Should come first, still. And this could actually be op dupe. We can just leave this here. And make sure that my op dupe is also a string. Yes, it is. Good. Okay. There we go. So as far as I'm aware, we can never compare a memo against anything else because nothing else is allowed to be 0. Okay. Alright, so we can check the type of this. We can compare the type. It's kind of makes sense. Just gush this all together. We can compare the type. So if the types are different, which as far as I'm aware, we don't actually have a use case for that presently, then return them differently on the basis that the types are different. Otherwise, I think the script should be the last thing to do because it's the least likely. Most likely, we're going to be comparing addresses or pub key hashes. In fact, this whole thing maybe should just go down below. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so... Wait, where did the script comparison go? Oh, no. Script comparison needs to go... Whoops. Here. After that. So we compare the script type, and then... So if they're both op dupe, then that should have already happened... So if they're both op return, then that happens here. If they're both op dupe, that happens here. So if we get here, we know at least one of them is not op dupe, and neither can be op return. And then when we get down here, oh, I just realized, I just had the realization that I didn't actually update the title of this stream. I'm going to update that right now. It's not much different from what was there. We're just going to do the unit tests. And fix anything that needs to be fixed. Okay. So, yeah. So if it's less, return -1. That makes it go up. If it's greater, turn yep. Okay, so this is all good. So now I actually do the thing that I intended to do that I forgot that I was going to do. Now this can handle custom script types in the sorting. And if we really want to do this right, well, if we start to get more complex, then what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to somehow force that your outputs are turned into scripts before they get sorted. But for right now, I'm fine with leaving it the way that it is because I think that it's better than most alternatives. Okay. All right, so I got all this stuff in here. And then let's put a similar sat value, and we're going to have a script that's of type, that's like, or a script that's, that actually should be... Oh, well, we'll fix that in a second. Hold on, what was I at? Because I think technically it's possible to have an op dupe that doesn't immediately have an op hash. So I'm going to go with... Okay, that just covers our bases a little bit. Seven, 6, A9. All right, and then we're going to have some script that's different. So 7, 6, 0, 0. We have a script that's 0, 0, 0, 0. 0, 0, 0, 1. Okay, so this should work in terms of being able to check all the sort orders. Okay, so now let me try to take all these outputs and get them sorted by hand. Okay, so memo is going to sort high. So I can take all the memos and we can sort them high. All right. And then these ones, they're going to sort low. I think these will sort nearly the lowest. Okay. So all the 2000s are going to come together. Then, based on their script, 7, 6, 7. Okay, there we go. So these two are going to sort first, then this one, then the pub key hash because of the Satoshis, and then the ones that have all the Satoshis the same are going to sort by their script. The pub key hash is going to sort just fine. This one comes after pub key hash, that one comes after that, that one comes after that. Okay, and then the 3000 comes last. Okay. There we go. And that probably add a 0 to all of these. just so that the numbers are slightly more realistic. I think this actually pushes them outside of dust when we do that. Or maybe that pushes them at the lower end of dust. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. And 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so they're still dust, but they're on the lower end of dust. All right, there we go. All right, so now I don't need to check change here because that's not what we're doing as part of this. And I don't need a pass here. I don't really need much of anything for this. This is a very simple one. This is pretty cut and dry. We could go simpler. I could also... Another thing that I could do here, which maybe is what I will do, actually. We could have a randomize function. Well, what we could do is we could take the Nuth shuffle. That's what I think I do. I feel two ways about this. The problem with using a shuffle, the problem with using a random function, is that you don't know, you can't guarantee it. Not every run will be the same. That's the problem with using a random function. So I wonder if there's a different way I could go about this. Without using a random function that would cause it to be sorted in a semi-random order. So if I wanted to start with the sorted inputs, and I want to say, okay, take the sorted inputs, but randomize them, what would be a way to randomize them? What if we did, you know... What if we did inputs.pop, inputs.shift, we could do something like that where the order is going to be kind of interleaved. I think I would still interleave it because we're going to take one off bottom or put it on. What if we did something like that? Okay, so I think I would do something like this. So we'll do original. Okay. Sorry, I was doing some messages, responding to some messages related to this whole fiasco of stupidity. Just makes me so angry. Just so angry. And it only cankers my own soul. My anger does nothing to benefit the rest of humankind. But I wonder if there's a good, like, deterministic shuffle function. Oh, sorry, I was gonna search for something. Hey, I don't know name. So I was over in a chat window. So there's this issue. So what I'm working on right now is unit testing the sorting of the transactions. But in the chat window on the other side, we're talking about this problem. We're trying to integrate these packages, and I detest with every fiber of my being the flipping narcissists that are in charge of things like Next and React, etc., where they have absolutely zero respect for web standards, create their own language, their own compilers, all this crap. And then there's a simple problem of, okay, so typically speaking, you use those in browsers. Now, typically they don't work with browser JavaScript unless it's been packaged specifically for that style of bundler, right? But there's a problem where, let's say you just want something to work. You don't want to, you're not invested specifically in Next or React. You just want to say, look, here's some JavaScript code. It's literally JavaScript, should run anywhere, right? So you have these problems where there's certain things that are not available in both environments. So for a previous example was text encoder. So text encoder in Node, you had to use buffer.toString UTF-8 and buffer.from and then the string UTF-8. And then in the browser, you use text encoder. Now that got sorted out. And text encoder is now the universal solution. So as the web standards bodies completely ignore Node and develop standards, Node is graceful enough to catch up and try to, adopt those standards, even though Node had been doing it first for like a decade prior in a lot of cases, right? So Node adopts web crypto, which is a bad standard by all means. It is actually a terrible standard for a variety of reasons. It's inefficient, it's difficult to deal with, it has a false pretense of preserving privacy by just having really convoluted ways of and really convoluted abstractions that are supposed to not expose what algorithms are available, which if you don't expose which algorithms are available, then how can you use it? So you basically have to do try catch around algorithms to find out whether they're supported, and it does all of this obfuscation in order to make it difficult to use the various hash and signing and encryption algorithms. So web crypto is bad, but if we have one standard that works everywhere, that's better than nothing, right? So Node has adopted web crypto, but then like now Next has introduced server-side rendering, and so Node crypto and web crypto are actually the same, but if you give it a file that will use either the global object crypto or will use Node crypto if that object is not present, because of the way that it does its encapsulation and its virtualization of the environment, it can't. But if it just left the code alone, if it just did nothing, if it just left the code alone, then the code would work, right? But because they have all this transpilation crap, it can't correctly detect and use web crypto. So like okay, anyway, so that's the problem I'm dealing with over in the chat, is that, and it just pisses me off to I mean, like, I am enraged. I am just absolutely enraged. Like, I want to punch these people in the face, except I probably wouldn't do that because I'm not really that kind of aggressive. I don't go punching people in the faces. And, you know, in their narcissistic delusion, they believe they're doing what's right for humanity as, you know, brainiacs with godlike power that are, you know, I don't know. It just frustrates me. It just frustrates me. It's like, you know, and I use Rube Goldberg machines a lot as an analogy because I feel like that's what technology has become. Is people have a problem of, okay, can we get the butter on the toast? And then instead of just being able to, you know, get out the toast, the butter, maybe a hot plate, like literally just a plate that's hot, you know, and a knife, and you get the butter on the toast, it's like you have this Rube Goldberg machine where you put a ball down the chute and then it flips the toast and puts it in a toaster, and then, you know, an hourglass leaks sand until it's got enough weight at the bottom that it tips over, and then that, you know, knocks a plug out of an electrical socket, which then another marble rolls down a chute and then, you know, gets the toast out, and then, you know, the butter hits a spring that goes in and is sliced by the fan. You know, it's like that's what technology has become. It just All right, anyway. Okay. So this thing right here, what I wanted to do, oh, that's why I opened up a new tab, was I wanted to find an unsort function. I wanted to find a deterministic, if there's just something that's well known. I think what I have is basically decent. Reverse it, reverse the list, pop one thing off the list, and push it on to the new thing, which when it's reversed, that may actually end up being... basically this interleaves it, because if you reverse it and then you pop the first thing off, then that's actually going to be the first item. But then when you shift you shift the first thing off, that's going to be the last item. You pop the next thing off. I don't know if the reverse is actually necessary or beneficial. I think it's not. I think that was stupid. Did I take the reverse out? I think I did take the reverse out. No, I did not take the reverse out. Okay, so let's take the reverse out, because that's not actually helpful. So we just want a way to not reverse things. Okay. So we're going to shift. So we're going to take the first one, we're going to push on. No, we'll do pop. We'll revert this to pop and shift. So we'll take the last one. So in the case of one item, nothing changes. Oops. In the case of two items, they're reversed, because the last one becomes first one becomes last. In the case of three items, the last one is first, then the next one, then the first one goes in the middle, and the middle one becomes last, and so on and so forth. So I think this is a decent unsort algorithm. So I just wanted some deterministic way, because this right here is kind of obnoxious, I guess. So if we could take the inputs sorted, then I can produce the inputs unsorted, and I can guarantee that they're not sorted, or at least there's, it's for an array over length 1. And then that's good. So we can just take the inputs sorted and the outputs sorted, and then I can randomize them on the fly, or at least unsort them, because I want it to be deterministically unsorted. So I don't want it to be randomized, I just want it to be not sorted. I want it to be guaranteed in a not great order. Okay, so that's good. Then basically... I can say let input sorted equals, and then let output sorted equals. Okay, so we'll do inputs sorted dot slice. Oh, that's weird too. So when you run the sort function, its order is not deterministic. So it really would have to be... Okay. So one of the interesting benefits of using a different language on the back end than the front end, like using Go on the back end and Node on the front end, is that it is often difficult, especially with the way these projects structure code. It's often difficult for people to determine which code goes where. And it seems like they do this on purpose. They want it to be confusing because then it's I don't know. There's a thing about it. No, they don't want it to be confusing so they can scam you. They want it to all look the same because they want that, like, they want it to feel like it's cohesive, but then you can't tell which part runs on the server and which part runs on the client, and then it's very confusing. But when they're in separate languages, you can tell. But also if they're just in separate repositories, you can tell too. But then everybody wants to do like mono repo all the things, which I don't understand the mono repo. It just causes so much confusion and it's so difficult to deal with. And you can just have Git submodules. You can have, if you need to have everything in a single folder, you can have Git submodules. And, you know, all these tools that people build around mono repos to fix all of the problems that they've created, you don't need that much tooling for Git submodules. Yeah, you need something that can walk the directory, go in, look at the package.json, see if it's, you know, check the git tag, check the package.json, see if they are up to date, update them. You know, you basically just walk the directory tree and check those two things. And then if you wanted to do a broad sweeping, republish everything at the latest version where everything depends on everything else, that would be something that could take hours to do by hand if you had a few dozen or even a dozen modules. That, you know, if you didn't have good tooling for that, if you weren't aware of npm run version, if you didn't use tooling that was integrated with Git, then yeah, that could be really tedious. But it's surprising to me that the solution has been create ultra complicated tooling to solve a problem that's already solved by Git and npm and other things as well. You know, so it's why would you add, like, I just don't get it. I just don't get the complexity on top of complexity. When you have a simple solution where it's like, well, you know, all you got to do is use this option that already exists, that option that already exists. You know, what's the deal? Why ultimate complexity? You don't need it. You don't need the complexity. Just use the simple stuff that exists. All right. You always need to check your error case first. So, when I'm trying to get this in a non-sorted state, why is everything expected an identifier? Oh, there we go. I just like to check for impossible conditions. Of course, that would show itself later anyway, so I don't actually need to check for that here. So I do need to make sure that things are unsorted. And then from things being unsorted, then I need to sort them. So here we go. Sort inputs. So now I should be able to do the same loop again. Except I can say... Yeah, so yeah, we can actually do the exact same thing again. We can again say sorted equals true. We can go through and say sorted equals false, and we can say not sorted. All right. So there it is for the inputs. And then we just need to do the same thing again, but for the outputs. And we could change this to test sort, and we could pass in input sorted, and we could pass in sorter, and we could pass in array, we could have our main function here. So unhinged by this stuff. No, this is good though. This is not, speaking from the past day of just so upset. I need to get over it. I need to be a stronger, more resilient person. I need to not let it get to me. Just have such a higher quality of life. See, this is the problem with religion in general, and hypocrisy, and belief systems, whatever you want to call it, however you want to look at it. There's the things that logically, if I accepted this principle into my life, I would be a more enlightened and uplifted person. So you can see that the fruit is good. You can see, hey, that if I do this thing, I will get this result. My life will be better. And you can articulate it, or maybe you can't articulate it, but it's very difficult to get to the doing. And then if you say, hey, look, this is how you handle the situation. Well, you don't handle the situation that way. Of course I don't. Like, I'd have to develop more self-mastery and self-control and temperance and patience and charity and love. Okay. Okay, so there we go. uh. Alright, so both of these should work. I'm going to assume that they probably don't work, but let's go ahead and try it. That laughter was good laughter. Yeah, let's try this again. Excellent. Not sorted. Again, I'm over in the chat here. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I wasn't checking the chat over there because I was looking over here about, again, just more of the same of this issue. And there's another, like, 3 solutions we tried. The problem is, like I said, there is no winning here because if we do it the node way, it breaks on the browser. For Next, it works with every other bundler. Every other bundler except Next with SSR turned on. Because Next with SSR turned on, it's doing something weird where rather than compiling it once for SSR and compiling it again for the client and delivering 2 versions with its own transpile system, it's trying to transpile it a single time and then use it both on the browser and the client, which when you're using web crypto, that doesn't work. Because to use web crypto in Node, I mean, I could be wrong. Actually, let's check this out. We could just bump it to the required version being, hold on, let me test this. Let me just test. Because in the latest version of Node, crypto may have made it into a global. Okay, and if that, then we can say that we'll just use only the latest version of Node. Okay, so let's try this. All right. Oh, thank you, honey. Okay, so here's the question. Can we do global this dot crypto? Oops, keep on around the wrong thing. Okay.
Against endless hordes of relentless mist-born evil blight.
Okay, I think that's the solution. I think that's the solution here. It's too warm. It needs to cool down.
Regrets from this threat, I will never forget how I feel. I always knew that when it's true, I'd obey. My heart craves you, but I never knew how to say that I will always be your one and only rose promise you'll never see the loss of me.
Oh, I'm going to change something real quick. Ah. Alright, how does this handle it? Ah, flippy dippy. Oh. Elf me. Elf me. Okay, so show 256. So do we use the tagged hash function? I don't think we do. Oh, flip. Sec P226K1. Okay. I believe the latest version of Noble Select P6K1 is updated to include pre-transpiled versions in the bundle. However, may have the same issue if next is also ignoring their bundle. That's the case, then maybe refactor it and publish another new version. It uses the same global this trick. Okay. Is Bun really coming out of beta? I don't know. Let's hope so. Okay, sorry. I missed a whole ton of comments earlier, I think. So you're saying some people sometimes go against logic for religion? No. I was actually saying the opposite. I was saying that the religion is logical because it's logical to want to better yourself by doing things that are good things, that are clearly scientifically demonstrable as good things, but that people are not capable of holding to their values, because if they had all of the self-mastery and self-control to hold to all of their values, then they would be living effulgent, happy lives all the time. So if we could all achieve the ability of living up to our values, then we would all feel great all the time. And we don't, because we can't, because it takes a lot of self-control and self-mastery, and it's a constant effort and renewal to not slip down into the baseness of human nature. Okay. That was a question from like half an hour ago, or a comment rather. No, it was a question. Are you saying? Okay. Bun is pretty awesome, but I've had it just crash many times. Yeah. So the error messages are not particularly better. I've had it crash in places where it seems like it should have an error message and it doesn't. What? All right. All right, so this one I'm going to get out of there. I've got that PR up. Okay, back to the original problem here. And this, okay, let's run this with bun, for example. Let's see what happens. Oh, copy shift, copy sorted, unsort sorted, unsorted, unsorted dot sort sorter. So copy unsorted, and then unsorted should get sorted. All right, let's try it with bun. Yeah, so that was not helpful. We could get the latest bun. Oh, why is my internet down? Am I still streaming? That's really, really bad. That's very strange. Web install a dev. Why is it saying it could not resolve the host? I'm looking at the website right now. Okay, whatever. Okay. I think I forgot to do something. I'm a little unclear. Test sort. Test sort. Main is being called. Main's got that. That's got this. There's no return. Okay. So I would be expecting like an error to be thrown or something. Oh. I think I must have had something else wrong. Okay. I don't know exactly what I did differently there, but it's okay. Okay, so feel pretty good about this. I do want to take a look at what it looks like when it's unsorted. Of course it's going to be the same. I don't know that I can even dignify that with testing. Okay, so this one needs to come last. This one needs to come first. This one needs to come next to last. This one comes next to first, and that one goes in the middle. So I'd say that's a pretty decent unsort. If we look at this one happens to need to go last. Yeah, okay, I like this unsort algorithm. That's a pretty good unsort algorithm, I would say. Okay, let's take a look at these. So that looks correct to me. And then this one, Satoshi values come first. And then this. Let's see. This does... Okay, that's right. I was going to say that doesn't look right, but that's right. Because this one, then this one, then this one, then this one, which is 76 something. This one's 76 something, but that comes after that. This doesn't cause it to fail. This comes after those. Okay. And then wait, this... Okay, that one because Satoshi's. Great. Excellent. This is doing exactly what it should. Okay. So, Mr. Elfman, if you're still around, tell me more about when you've had Bun crash. Because I have not used it for... I haven't used it for as a server yet. So I don't know about its long-term... Hmm. Coming up with a little code sample for something in the chat here. Inject, inject, inject. Okay. Okay, let's go back over here. Oh, whoops, I probably should not undo those because I'm going to need to look at those again in just a minute. And then I can get out of here, out of here, out of here. Well, actually, I might want to keep that one up. Okay, what was it that I actually was trying to grab? I was trying to grab the... Okay, so the next piece then would be to do the unit test of the transaction stuff itself. And mainly, I think we want to catch failure cases, but then we also want to have... Okay, so here we can do let test equals array. I prefer the reverse case because false is kind of the default. That something not existing is the default. So if we say fail true, it's just less likely to have a bug. Okay, so... And this is going to need inputs that are greater than the outputs. So we're just going to go ahead. I'm going to say Satoshi's... 30,000. This is 20,000, that's 30,000. Because all we're trying to do here is get it to fail. So I don't think... I really do need to look into one of those frameworks I was looking into a long time ago. Maybe I can find one real quick. Cool AJ6 Twitter test framework. Recommendations for a lightweight idiomatic testing framework. Alright. Wow. I used Reddit way more than I thought I would. Okay. Alright, where... So somebody... Somebody somewhere had suggested some things. Bear test. There we go. Bear test and Zora. These are the ones. See if I can find this. Ask the person what the new name of this. Okay. See, this is dumb right here. Just use semicolons, bro. It's so unintuitive. Just use semicolons. Everybody understands semicolons. This is the equivalent of a semicolon. It even kind of looks like a semicolon. But people use exclamations instead of semicolons because where that exclamation gets interpreted is not here. It gets interpreted here. So this returns probably undefined, and then this would be calling undefined with the function as the input to the undefined. So he puts the exclamation there so that this causes a parse. Oh, does it cause a parse error? I think what it does is it causes a parse error. No, it does get interpreted over here, but it causes a parse error here, which causes a semicolon to be inserted and then the parsing to try again. Because anytime parse fails, semicolon gets inserted, then parsing is tried again. So anyway, what I do want to know is, can you do the like npm run test? That's the one thing that I'd like to have with this. So I'd like multiple files. Let's see if this, what does his npm run test look like? Node test. Okay, that makes sense. And it's just going to run test. It runs the index. Yeah, okay. I might want something slightly different than that. Yeah, Zora has reporters too. Uh-oh, bump dependencies. Since when does it have dependencies? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They let the dependencies bite them in the butt. Well, maybe this is all just, as it shows here, maybe these are all actually truly dev dependencies. You don't inherit them. They don't get installed for you. Okay. Anyway. Okay, that's about what I'm looking for. npx pta, and then give it the path. Let's see. Okay. I'm just going to try this real quick and see if this works as expected. Assertion. Okay, I like that. Okay, let's see if this works real quick. Because I would like something. Alright, test. npx-p PTA. What version is it at? Just say it. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Let's see if this works. Zora equals require Zora. Well, I guess we could do .test. Imports. Oh. Inputs sort correctly. And T. And then, is there a way? Or these should be able to be async functions, I assume. All right, so let's take a look at this again. All right, cool. This is great. Love it. npm run test. And this should fail. Okay, good. Perfect. I found my perfect testing framework. It only took me 5 minutes to learn. Wait, pass 0? I'm confused. What did I do wrong? Okay, it's taking me more than 5 minutes then. Test. My guess is that this has to have a couple dependencies. I'm a little confused though. Maybe this is maybe you're supposed to export like a main function or something. I don't see that here. Oops. Oops. Ugh. Gosh, why is he using minimist and all that stuff? Whatever. Oh, PTA. It's all in one repo. Okay. What if I get rid of the async? This will be so dumb. Swear. I don't swear anything. But one day, I might just fork this. Because this seems to be the simplest one, and you could get rid of a bunch of the stupid dependencies like minimist and whatnot. It's not that hard to call pop on an array, friends. Right, test sort. Maybe it's expecting to see literally test, so maybe I do have to do test equals total. I don't know. Whatever. Okay, so this can have an okay. Ooh. Actually, having that deep equal would be kind of nice. Oh, nice. And we do have a dot throws. Great. That's exactly what I was looking for. Okay, cool. So I'm just going to ignore the fact that this prints out the way that it does for now. What? Oh. Got it. Whatever. All right, moving on. Okay. So here, again, I keep on typing 0 when I mean type Zora. Just a slight restructuring. Just a little bit of ergonomics. Yeah, I got rid of all that, right? Yeah. Okay. There we go. Okay. So now we have our TX infos. That should fail. So we're going to grab and then where do I put the throws at, though? I think I make that whole thing a callback. Is that what we do? Okay, let's see if we can find throws. It was under assert. Dang it. Function expected description. If you're ever tempted to do this thing, well, you have to sometimes for backwards compatibility because you made a bad choice. But if you have arguments that feel like they should be positional, but then they have to switch sometimes, that's a signal that they should just be named arguments. Okay, throws. Hmm. Seems like I'm having to double up on some of these things. Yeah, this feels redundant. Ah, Flippy Dippy. Does it have a rejects? Whoops. No, there is no rejects. Well, that's frustrating. Hmm. I don't know in this case that we actually need. Yeah, I think... I don't know. I might just fork Zora. So they have a testing framework. Because it's got all the pieces. Most importantly, it's got the tap piece. And then I can just make it async and maybe get it so that it reports things correctly. It also would be nice if it could convert a table into tests. Or have a ticker or something for that. I don't know. I don't know what the right solution for that is. If I'm being honest. If I'm being honest, I don't know. Um, my coins.slice is not a function. Inputs, outputs change. Got it. And then we'll have a function that should have change. Alright, this is a little confusing. Now, let me go look at throws again. Expected description. Um... Oh, right, because it's async, duh. Okay, whatever. Okay. do we have like a row or something? Or fail? Hmm. Did not use. Did not use full balance of total balance when calculating balance of cash. Right, so I calculated 0 cash. But why? Okay. Oh, interesting. Oh. Okay, so if cash is greater than total, break. All right, very confusing. Coin balance, bigger. What's up?
Do you know what time it is?
Oh, is it? Oh, no, I did not know what time it was.
Literally
no.
right in front of Miss Teresa.
Yeah.
So I sent Miss Teresa home because
Okay.
Addie's clearly sick. And I just spoke to Michaela and
Well, hey,
Did we
I'm
do- Oh.
I'm on. I am working.
oh
So, before you go telling who's puking on who and all that.
okay, nobody puked. It should be done in like 10 minutes or something so that we can go and do online.
Oh, okay.
Sound
All right.
good?
Yeah.
Thumbs up? Okay.
Okay. All right.
Because I thought you would be done by.
Yeah. Well, I'd gotten the mode. All right. Get out of here, little boy.
Okay, so come in the house. I'll set my computer up, okay?
Okay.
Okay, love you, bye.
All right. Love you. Bye. Okay. I gotta go here in a couple minutes. Let's see if I can just get this one out of the way. All right. Oh. Duh. For the case of one coin, this doesn't work out. Hmm. All right, so we get a coin. All right. I think that'll fix it immediately. I don't really like the way that looks. Also, this is kind of weird. Okay, so that should have failed right there. All right, we'll leave it at that. I've got a place to carry forward from. Okay, adios.